Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Whatever your time zone may make it. We are going to be resuming our Great Ace Attorney playthrough today. We'll see how things unfold. I believe we have Eggert Benedict on the stand. I can't recall what his actual name was listed as, but he claimed to be Eggert Benedict, so he's Eggert. Doing a quick kitty check. It looks like two are visible. We have Sammy there in the left, and then Sky in the lower left. Ember is on my lap, soaking some attention, as she is wont to do. Let's see. I've been playing a lot of Remnant 2 lately off stream. We'll see. I always play it, I always continue playing it even when the offline friends group stops playing. So maybe I will stream some of that tonight. Just because. Mostly me just running around looking for stuff. It's one of the fun elements of that game, is just finding things and seeing if you can do something with it. But yeah, Great Ace Attorney. We did have a bit of a hitch yesterday, but that was because I am dumb. And didn't check a final statement there. So hopefully we won't have that again. It's always frustrating to have your own failings rubbed in your face. Oh, let's switch on over here. Let's put the camera on Sky at the moment. So we will hit this button and this button and this button. Buttons. All right. So, just do a quick check here. Just noticed that it can look a little bit creepy when I do that little shutdown with mouth and eyes wide open. Little bit of latency on it, but not much. So let's continue. So this is the one that was trying to get the coat, and in particular the music disc in the coat. He implied that there was a second music disc. We have shown that it is very likely that he was both in the pawnbrokery where the murder took place, and that it is likely that he was injured in the process, which would imply that he has a gunshot wound. He is doing very well for it. He did his little wiggly dance regardless. So we'll see if that comes up. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. They went to great lengths to talk about how that was a common thing to do at the time. Is any garments or anything like that you weren't going to use during the week, you would put in pawn to use the money for something else that would ideally make more money than the cost of getting it out of pawn. So it was sort of like a bank/loan kind of scenario. But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche. Ooh. Heard that before. Apparently we've got some buffering going on, which is weird. Getting full throughput according to the system, but anyhow. Tell me of this word, Internet. A boastful but cowardly person. Listed as archaic. Okay. It is from a character, Scaramucci, that was a kind of a generic or stock character that was used in Italian farces. Apparently was derived from the word for skirmish. Interesting. We're learning all kinds of words on this this game playthrough. It's educational. Put it down for your continued education and training, folks. Sherbet pestering Sky. Some Scaramouche detective's home-brewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. The jury that he very heavily insulted last time. Oof. Had to cough a little. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Well, he's joining in. That's definitely going to make them sympathetic to you in your testimony. Well done, that man. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? As long as we want, sir. If following the defense's cross-examination your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. So, the trope in Phoenix Wright games should be that we go through cross-examination, it goes back and forth, and then the guy is just about to get to leave because we've been cornered, and then we have the breakthrough moment where he is detained further, and it goes into the sort of kind of the chase. They are enraged or incensed and kind of refuting your arguments very strongly and becoming increasingly bonkers. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. Oh. He's right up there with Von Zeeks in his fancy gestures. He's taking his hat off. He's getting serious. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe.
Objection.
Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. Though the defense has raised points and accusations that imply a connection between the events of the day and the night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away? This could be tricky.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? That's not suspicious at all. They actively won't meet his gaze. No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Wiggle, wiggle. He was definitely saying it as if it was supposed to be about the accusation. But I feel like it was as much that he was demonstrating what a farce might look like with his wiggly little dance. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? Well, needless to say,
Hold it!
where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions, these hoodlums, these ne'er-do-wells. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. You're asking him to establish an alibi. That is what you do. Since he has no one that can say that he wasn't there that night, then you can't show he wasn't there. If your accusation is the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You'll fulfill that obligation before putting any unreasonable question to the witness. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. A silent victory. Ha ha! Oh, the game's calling it a wiggle too. Excellent. Excellent.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Core blimey, Governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? It must be a very foreign sensation for you. Enough so that we could visually perceive its passage through the skull. Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. See? See? Head empty, no thoughts. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Whoopsie-doo. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and eyes darting around like crazy. Oh, hell's bells. It's fun. There have been 2 games recently where I've encountered colloquialisms that I myself use on a regular basis that I don't usually see in games. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. My understanding of court systems at the time would be you don't really have a choice if they decide to. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. Never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. It's the I've never had anything to do with it. I think it's Gregson, the inspector next to him, should be able to defy that very clearly. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Gavel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Ever had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. You were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Yeah, at least they made that consistent. Gregson was there, the whole fiasco he was present to hear about. You have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. Very evasive. Afraid I don't remember too clearly. But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. So, earlier Gregson mentioned that the fact that Von Zieks entered the music disc as evidence was against what the higher-ups at Scotland Yard had said should happen, is that disc shouldn't be entered into evidence as part of this trial. What's going on here? Briggsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured here bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Yep, Gregson is going to deny all of this. Makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? It's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. He is competent about dealing with law enforcement in general. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yeah, they were key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Back of the photograph to write this receipt. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had at hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay, back of the photograph. It's again. mean, the music box disc is relevant, but we can't use the blood samples. Doesn't help us just now. I think the disc has to be usable here. Let's find out. So, as is tradition, save scum like crazy.
Objection.
There we go. Okay, good, good. Have you seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? The disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Gracious, indeed it must, Mr. Graydon. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch, consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Gavel. Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Wiggle, wiggle. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there a crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Now, keep in mind, he just lied, kind of flagrantly, that he had nothing to do with it. He's never seen it before. And now he's saying, well, it was actually mine all along. And the judge is like, nah, okay. Yeah, this is fine. They're really inconsistent about their handling of people wildly perjuring themselves in this. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one in the sand. Good lord. Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Okay, so the receipt with the blood stain on it should be relevant here. But how, I'm not certain. Gavel, well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him, then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Gavel. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. That pause says a lot. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by a pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. Penchant. Or penchant. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. So then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat that you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her, but that's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice it first, of course. Such is the art of the pick-purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what is rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. But
Hold it!
I'll have to cycle back around. It was taken by Inspector Gray. I'm not going to forget to actually press all the statements first this time. It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Von Zeeks? He seems concerned. I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks. So Von Zeeks probably came out of, essentially, of hiding regarding McGilded. And has it in for us because we defended McGilded successfully. It would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. All right, common or garden. I've heard, I know of garden variety as a statement. Common or garden. Of usual or ordinary type, okay. Okay. So it was a plant that is frequently found in gardens or on the commons. So, the regular sort. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. There's nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing the man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. If you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. So, with that last one, we should be able to call out the box. Hey there, Tass. Welcome. We are doing the cross-examination of the Wiggly nobleman. Mr. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. I saw that. I saw that. That Final Fantasy XIV seems to have a very tropical expansion coming up. I am pleased to see that they're revisiting the Mamalja, or at least that group in general, because effectively the Lizardmen have been also present since ARR. Yep. Even in the Blue Mage questline, they're just kind of, oh, we're also here. Hi, we do this. Alright, let's plunk down our save here, and we will try calling out the other receipt.
Objection.
Yep, okay, that worked. This disc was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Thump. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Though on the topic of 14 tasks, the Warrior of Light in the pictures definitely has some visuals that imply he's not something we've seen before. Even setting aside the, like, concealing white cloak robe thing. The single sword, not katana. So it will be interesting to see all of the wild speculation of what that might mean. But yeah. Ryunosuke firing back. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. Rune Knight would be interesting. Get some Celeste from 6 and similar. Yeah, I would. Can't really say at this point. They give very little as far as the visuals there. But yeah, they went out of their way to have a moment of Grahatia adorably eating food. We've already had samurai and ninja, and I don't know of any other sword wielding kind of Japan inspired classes that they've had in Final Fantasy. It will be interesting. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Yep, exactly. It is amusing how I don't know why they've taken to it, but the number of characters that they show enthusiastically eating now in the game. Zero, Graha. It's becoming a thing. Even if only 2 examples is potentially stretching it, but they make a big deal out of it. It's one of the huge disappointments about Monster Hunter Rise is the loss of the food spectacle. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. It will be interesting to see. We're leaping all over the place, but that's fine. Well, I mean, technically we're playing a Capcom game, so Monster Hunter is related. It will be interesting to see what they come up with for the next Monster Hunter. I continue to be kind of irritated due to their kind of simultaneous development pattern, like slightly offset development, because you can clearly see that elements of Rise did not learn from Monster Hunter. And I'm concerned that if there is whatever the next Monster Hunter is, the next, the successor to World, as it were, will not have learned from Rise. It's why I had such high hopes for Wild Hearts. Ultimately, Wild Hearts disappointed me because of, one, performance issues. I tried to load that up again recently, and it just stuttered and died. like I could get why it was a little slower when we played it on stream because of you know the avatar active at the same time, but running it by itself with reduced settings, it just crawled like 10 frames a second. Like, what happened since launch that they de-optimized it? Because, yeah, some of the things that they explored as concepts in that are still cool. And again, this is something that I have to worry that they're not going to be looking at other things that are, like, close in the genre. They're not going to be looking at the immediately previous titles in it. Because a great deal of Monster Hunter for its entire existence has kind of become set in stone. Right along with the fact that they keep... I'm fine with prior monsters showing up in the stable, but the fact that most of them have absolutely nothing new about them. They still behave as they always have. Yep. I mean, in general, the issue, as far as the monsters were concerned, is I never got... I'm trying to think how to articulate that. Because I felt like some of the monsters were inventive, but the whole stable was used up pretty quick, They were all laid out. And they jumped to variants, like you were saying, oh, this is the blue one instead of the red one now. They deployed those right away. Which frankly just kind of diluted the pool as far as what monsters you could expect to encounter. Like, I have to go to the later chapters to encounter the blue one. Because, I mean, frankly, Monster Hunter does that. The blue one fought differently than the red one. But we see the same thing with, like, it's a pink Rathian, Sometimes they have different resistances or slight differences in behavior, but... Yeah, but I think the important thing to note with Monster Hunter is building on a pre-existing stable, and they dip right back into that constantly. If you fought Tigrex in World, you know exactly what Tigrex is going to be in prior titles and in future ones. Yep. Some of them are definitely improvements on each other. They have introduced new ones that have been good. And that they have significant variations. But like I mentioned, the blue monkey does fight noticeably different than the red one. There are definitely some different move sets and how you fight them. But even with that, like I was saying, they deployed variants very quickly instead of... I would have preferred to see a unique monster instead of any of the variants first, and that the variants, like we normally see with Monster Hunter and whatnot, show up later. It's... because that does. It's like you said, it made it feel like, oh, but now it's blue. As opposed to it being like, hey, this is a significant new one that has now arrived. More content, isn't that cool? It's, to some extent, it's kind of a marketing thing. But yeah. I don't disagree with that. I liked the spirit behind the weapon tree, the way it, like, you were encouraged to zigzag it around. But it resulted in extra grind to do that. I frankly again, I like the spirit behind that way more than I like Monster Hunter's weapon lines, because there are a lot of Monster Hunter weapon lines that are close to pointless. Like, some of them are like surprise meta for particular periods, but some of them are like, why would you use that one? It's like, it's so painfully niche, it's potentially irrelevant. It's kind of, filler items. It would be interesting if it's Monster Hunter established that sort of concept of, you just carve off a piece in the field and you get whatever it hands you. It would actually be interesting if the genre in general moved away from the here's a random piece, kind of random drop sort of mechanic, and went more towards focused crafting. Like, I want to get this because I want to get an armor plate from this creature, and that armor plate I can use in my armor. Not because I can craft Rathalos armor, but because I want to use Rathalos scales as, like, my armor plating in it. And those might have resistances and weight and whatnot to them if I use that as the armor plating, Just like with the weapons, it's like, I want to make the blade out of this, and I want to make the grip out of this, and all little widgets like that. Because then with the creatures, it's, you need particular parts from each of them, and it becomes sort of a scavenger hunt in general. Oh, you killed a Rathalos? Okay, you can choose to get one piece from them. Like, I'm going to harvest Rathalos scales. Yeah, that sort of thing, Tass. It's, I want to make scale armor. Okay, you need scale equivalents, whether that's going to be made of metal or bone or literal scales. Then you get a better feeling of variety uh, in how you're putting it together. Your build becomes less, I'm wearing the Rathalos chest plate, and it's much more what pieces you used in all the various parts of your armor and what pieces you used in your weapon. You get the same sort of effect, but then it doesn't feel like you're stuck with the whole package of a given weapon. Yep, all kinds of little combinations that you could put in there. Uh, it lets you avoid some of the weird... I mean, in general, it would just be nice to see them flip the. I'd frankly like to see them throw away some of the prior assumptions. Like, the particular armor sets have to look the way they always have, you know? Uh, Change things up. I know the Monster Hunter World weapons, people got disappointed with those, but I think some of the principles that we saw in their construction could be carried forward. As in, like, you had things like uh try to remember the big alien dragon sword for a great sword was the hilt kind of had the alien dragon look, and then the blade was a metal blade. So you flip the formula on its head, do a Final Fantasy, make. Yeah, it's. I mean, in general, that's the thing. It's refining your concept, and I feel like they have deviated. There are elements like World to me made Monster Hunter playable. Prior incarnations had a whole bunch of archaic concepts that were just annoying. Things that came from its crude, its crude beginnings with wonky controls and the like, consumable pickaxes and all that stuff. Um, but we still see, yeah, ammo, bowgun ammo is a prime example of that. But why? Why is it that you need ammunition? You already have the decision-making process of what ammo to use when. And I think that would actually lend to the play of those weapons a lot. Is this gun fires these bullets, and you further emphasize, like, if you try to fire a long shot bullet close, it's going to do nothing, you know? Such that you have to regularly decide how you're going to approach a fight with your bowgun, what ammo you can use and when, and not as much about how many can I have in my bag with my autocraft macros set up. But yeah, I think there's a lot in that genre. I would like to see it explored, but there's the looming behemoth that is Monster Hunter. Everybody else has to compete with that, and any game that enters it has the disadvantage that people will point at the Monster Hunter stable and say, but look how many monsters that has. And it's okay, but how many of them have we seen for like at least 5 games in a row, you know? And also, how many of them are trash monsters? Your Great Jagras and the like, you know? Where the armor and whatnot that they make is almost never terribly useful except as a transition out of raw material armor. And they're so squishy that the whole fight becomes outmoded almost immediately. It's okay when there's a tutorial creature, but sometimes there's multiple of them. And you just sort of stop dealing with them. Yeah, I'd really like to see more contenders in that genre that don't fall into some of the same traps. But anyway. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. It's almost certainly a music box. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I would simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? Thump. Time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Huh? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in two locations. One was set to capture the counter where Windibank received customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th. Then the victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one's taken at about 2 hours after the incident. Oh, I see this little blue box here? I think that handle moved. We're going to use the same trick again. If you feed two non-stereo pictures into a stereoscope, any object that has moved will be emphasized. No, it didn't. Anything really apparent? I wonder if it didn't have to be moved. Oh, wait. This moved. This little box here. These two. Placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one of the possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. If it was a music box, and he had a music disc, he wouldn't have had to move it. Like, remove it. Exactly the same number are present. Thump. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? Gavel. So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I think we do accept that nothing was stolen. But we'll see if the wording is wonky. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy? Point out the discrepancy. Wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? Gavel. Must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? He's like a slightly more competent gumshoe. Yeah, this is the second time they've pulled this. The game actually encourages you to try to do this trick, where you kind of cross your eyes and look at it out of focus like that, so that you get the false stereo effect. But I have trouble doing that. The only thing it produces for me is a headache. Look at these stereoscopically. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Wait. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Watching the characters look at them cross-eyed is always amusing. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Right, Mr. McGilded's box wasn't stolen, then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? So again... Save. Save like mad! I do it twice as a buffer against accidents. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Thump. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Gavel. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question, and bring it here for further examination. The witness stand is getting full. Good opportunity for a cat check here in a moment. A lot of dramatically angry zoom-ins happening here. All right, cat check. Ooby-doo. All right. Ooh, we got a double. We got a double. I still have to work on the timing of that. It's set up so it forcibly refreshes the camera's image. When we switch to view it, so that if a camera gets jammed, it clears it. We got a Sammy Bagel and Mason just generally sprawled there. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Lord Von Zieks still leaning in. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Point. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Oh, he's busting out the wine glass again. Let's see how many past 5 we get today. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Yeah, grudge. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Mutter, 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 mutter. You know, that does make a lot of sense. It's not as if it were gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough, but if you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain that... The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Smash! That's 6. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, thinking. What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. So of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny? Could it be that Von Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibanks is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Deep breath. What's the right thing to do here? I mean, Gina has to testify, so the game can happen. The defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. Thump. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? Thump. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection. Are they going to fit a fifth person in that stand? So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Well, that's how they're going to fit them. They're not. Flip. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. You ain't going nowhere, boy. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. Let me think here. You know, I'm not sure, Neru. me think here. So the first one was McGilded. Then the second one was the Falling Knife, I think. I think this is 1-3 then? If we skip the tutorial and the boat deduction demonstration sequence. I think the Chronicles are 2 games, aren't they? Not sure. This is our first time touching it. Actually. Okay, so we're on episode 5, part 3. So episode 1 and 2, I think, are the tutorial and the boat. Yes, this is Hound of the Baskervilles. That's the one. And welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. The one in which Von Zeeks goes full-on Japan-hating racist. If for no other reason, it's amusing, Nero, because we get to see Graydon wiggling all over the place. And the Skulkin brothers are amusing. Twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Bit of a tongue twister there. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to persecute you for perjury. Prosecute. Though persecute is probably also accurate in this scenario. Well, it would be good if Ryunosuke brought up the idea that it's like, they'll seek to prosecute you for perjury. It's like, or You could be convicted of murder. Choose wisely, miss. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. This is noteworthy. She's a pickpocket. The jury has already indicated they don't care for her. So, what's she got to lose? Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side. I mean, figuratively and literally, they're on the side of the courtroom. All right, then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend... Iris is fantastic. She also has a looming bit of character arc when, with the idea that Susato and Ryunosuke know that her dad is dead. My learned Japanese friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Huh. You know, I haven't paid close enough attention to the scene. Next time I'll have to look at the blackboard and what's going on there. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared for that. Nice, nice. We're doing a blind playthrough. We generally avoid spoilers, but I will definitely say there have been times when I've hit a complete roadblock. Um, 2 days ago, the roadblock was entirely my own fault. But every now and then we hit one, and it feels like we're flailing. So it's better to get a spoiler then than it is to just sit there and get frustrated. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. One thing I really have been enjoying about this series is looking up the slang and terms that they use, like common or garden, and all of the rhyming slang that Gina and the Skulkins use. Like we learned about the Pop Goes the Weasel rhyme. Well, part of it. Didn't look up the mulberry bush and the monkey, but the Pop Goes the Weasel part. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. One of the big things I'm enjoying about Great Ace Attorney is we're getting so much more. I'm going to say so much more emotion out of the characters, if for no other reason than the new models and how they use them are so much more emotive. They move a lot and give a lot of personality to the characters, so it's easier to get more attached to them and their behaviors. Like, Iris wouldn't be near as interesting if she was just a series of swapped out still frames. But all of the little nuances of her movement and the full visuals surrounding her gives that extra little bit of flair to how she behaves and how you expect her to, like, talk and act. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Now, that isn't to say I didn't enjoy the Great Ace Attorney series. I'm sorry, no, now I can't remember what it is, but the Phoenix Wright trilogy on Steam. I did enjoy that. And I'm looking forward to the Apollo Justice ones that are supposed to be coming out soon. The Steam ports, I should say. I do enjoy this kind of game, though, these sort of, like, courtroom investigation ones. We dipped into Danganronpa 1 and 2. It's one of the reasons that it's potentially one of the reasons that I'm enjoying Great Ace Attorney even more, is that we're getting back into it after coming off of Danganronpa 2. It's a breath of fresh air, as it were. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't rapid fire the muttering. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Nara Otto, my lawyer here, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. Lies have to stop. Stop. That's actually gotta be a hard thing to do. Like, you have to make sure that you never end a sentence and stop. Because in theory, that could be interpreted as the lies have to, and then with a blank line. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Well, he seems less angry with us all of a sudden. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Gavel. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. I think she's saying Nara Odo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business deals of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was bloomin' loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Like I was mentioning how emotive the characters are. In Phoenix Wright, you have some very similar gestures, but the whole posture of Ryunosuke when he is like standing up straight with his eyes darting around wildly, whites all around the irises. When you screw up an objection, how he will be rigid, like back rigid with his arm raised straight up, like he's asking a teacher for something. The face slap animation, where he's trying to psych himself up. Or when his smug animation, where, when it's the same as when Phoenix Wright has his hands on his hips, his little smug animation. Ryunosuke's is with his hand resting on the sword. All of those little things are nice little call-outs. I always have to speculate on what the pun or play on words a character's name is meant to be in Phoenix Wright and the like, because it's really common. So my guess with Giselle Brett was jailbait, but it could be off. Because they do have different play on words in Japanese and in the English versions. They still try to get a joke in both versions. Or a similar spirit. But it's being certain of it, like what is it? Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, a Giselle is a... I've heard that referenced as like firearms called that. Okay. Cool. Very cool. Did not know that. See, I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what me name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Interesting. That does make sense. All of the openings to each of the chapters has felt like a reference to, like, the actual novels, you know? But at the same time, they blend in nicely with the idea of Iris's fictionalizations, you know? There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriages came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. Okay, so slops is definitely cops. But what's the whole rhyme? Because it might still just be slops. That would make sense. One of the funny things with rhyming slang is how it'll usually be a short phrase that is the full rhyme, but it'll be cut down. So like the so what was it? So the reference calling an overcoat a weasel is abbreviating the rhyming slang down to the first word. But the whole rhyming slang is weasels and stoats for the kind of things that coats were made of. So weasels and stoats rhymes with coats. But because it's abbreviated, you don't know the rhyme anymore. Or at least the rhyme isn't apparent. It's just complete slang at that point. Okay, let's see. I'll have to leave this open. This is a full listing. No, I don't see that one. Some of these are amazing. So here's a good one. Daisies. Daisies is short for daisy roots, which is boots. Well, speaking of the cats, let's do a check. Okay, we still have the pair on the bed. Sammy going full jackknife there. Zoom on in. Sherbet is the only one that hides in that that little house there. I don't know what it is, but he's the only one that likes it. Ember was over on the shelf. Ember's coloration is apparently called a diluted calico, where they'll have that sort of like black and gray striping with the pale orange and then white socks and such. She is teeny tiny. She is the smallest of them. Then up in the tree, this is Sky up in the tree. He's the only one that really prefers that spot. He is the largest of them. That black panel, the heating pad that Ember was laying on, if Sky lays on it, he covers most of it. And he's the largest of them. Ember is like half his size. And then over to the bed where there's the two of them. So the upper one is Mason. He's shaping up to definitely be the second largest. He is still so very gangly. Like it still seems like he's not fully grown into his size. He's still all legs and paws, you know? And then Sammy is the little tuxie there. I am working on getting a different screen chrome, I should say, the layout all around here that would make it so that the cat cam doesn't overlap the screen as much. They're all pretty snugly. The only one who isn't is Sherbet. He's slowly warming up, but he's super skittish. You can tell he wants pets, he wants attention, but he's easily frightened. That's why he's the one that likes to hide in the little cat tree, I think. But yeah, cats and rhyming slang. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. The man who is chilled to his very soul. Like, it was disturbing how cold this man seemed to be. Some sort of, like, curse from the gods level cold. Because it was only him in the room that when he exhaled, it would be like puffs of steam, you know? Which would lead you to believe that it's not that the room is cold, because nobody else acted that way. It's that his breath is cold. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
Yeah, I think that one of the things I'm really liking so far with Great Ace Attorney over the Phoenix Wright games, from that trilogy, I should make clear, um, is that Great Ace Attorney has very quickly set up and is executing on a overarching kind of major plot, with all of the individual trials being either kind of diversions or side plots. Like, you still hear rumblings about what's going on in the bigger plot. So setting up McGilded's trial to be so shady, um, and so orchestrated, and then his mysterious death at the end is very cool. Now that we're seeing all of the other things that were involved in it, and it makes me wonder about the events in the very first trial, the tutorial trial. That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lornvad Zeeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. I wonder if Windibank has anything in the list. I only know that essentially his name amounts to Pawn Windibank. Like, they chose Pop in particular as a pawnbroker. Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. And the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. I'm just compelled to look up all of the terms that she uses. I mean, some of them are just going to be generic slang, you know? They're just amazing. Sorry, a bit distracted, but like, let's see here. Like, rhyming slang for kids is dustbin lids. Threaten me not to snitch. I always bring up Discworld a lot because the Discworld novels, past the first two, really the first handful, um, but those were back before Pratchett really had the whole architecture of the world really down. But after that, there are some excellent ones, and one of them is one of the jokes that they have is Dimwell arrhythmic rhyming slang. And that is rhyming slang that doesn't rhyme. So the joke being, if it were rhyming slangs, it could be like apples and pears, and that could mean stairs. But it might be like, oh, pears and apples means stairs, you know? Or something similar. I think that's as much a reference to the fact that a lot of rhyming slang then gets abbreviated, which removes the rhyme, which makes it a really obscure how A reaches B. It's that first line. Distracted. Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runa. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? That is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Oh, see that? To some extent, that recontextualizes Graydon quite a bit. Are we dealing with some sort of, like, government spy? Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. The traditional Phoenix Wright dance. Placating Sky a little bit so that he doesn't wreck the place. It's important to figure out what Sky wants if he meows at me or he gets close, because if I don't get it right, he'll start to get frustrated and he'll start to mess with stuff. Like he'll pull on the cameras, he'll shove the pop filter on the microphone around, that kind of stuff. Let's see. Press this again. Sleeping Windibanks. Off his coat, gave it to the driver, folded it up. We're quibbling with him over the price. Running off. Trying to see where... Threatened you? Like the wrong thing here. Hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. Can I present the ticket here? Hello, Sky. Sky is like Ember in that he'll climb up into my face if I'm not paying enough attention to him. Let's check that again. April 13th of April. Done it. Depositing his overcoat makes no sense. It was very valuable. Had to hide it at all cost. Done. Putting her faith in you. Perjury. Some information out of her. Go for it. Press every statement. The thing. Nope. The music did not stop. You got it wrong. We'll do one more loop here. See if we can figure it out. And if not, then I'll hit you up for some help here.
Excuse me.
There's something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon. Point! Inspector, Mr. Graydon. What? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. Think I, I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Gavel. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe now we have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. Because Graydon knew what Ginny looked like. I don't know why he would know that she was going to the pawnbroker, but he had information about her. So Graydon has to be involved or have information in some way about the incident. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking of that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. We could briefly see them, but Gina's outfit is cute. And I like how ornate the clasps of her suspenders are, but they're terribly impractical because they end in points. There's a good chance that it would stab your thighs when you sat down. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued in a minute. Save. Save. Very fancy. Even if that's just red glass, it's still a nice little box. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Music box. But it's a cylinder-driven music box. Unless it, like, flips up or something. That's no ordinary box, it seems. Well, I guess maybe the tines are at an angle, so they could still be brushed. No, although in truth I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Raises his hand. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Oh. I don't recall hearing Gregson's voice before. It was not what I expected. Hey, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. We haven't seen it much recently, but one of my favorite gestures from Ryunosuke is when he slaps the desk, but it doesn't make the loud thump, and he lifts up one of his hands, either as if he hurt his hand, or if he's surprised that it didn't make the thump sound. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Fish and chips everywhere. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Morse code. Which I don't understand, but, you know. What on earth? We have a communications officer on the jury. They should, be reacting right now. That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Graydon beginning to laugh. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Once again, once again, Graydon here commenting on the case, but making it look like he's describing the little dance that he's about to do. This little dance is priceless. Look. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? I mean, I know from outside, but is the game going to let that happen? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously. Chortling! The audacity of the man. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. Thump. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not music. Thump. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Slap the smug right off your face. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno. I don't think that's the compliment you think it is.
Objection!
Neither does Von Zeke, see? The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music? Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, point, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. That is clearly false. There were... Actually, no. That's not clearly false. If all of the tines were the same length, that could still be true. That could still be true. Thank you, Iris. I think that's how it would work. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one that the music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Gavel. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Thump. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. All right then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Ha-ha. Dot, dot, dash, and whatnot. We have... That's tricky. All right, wild guess.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your case. Ah, no, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. This is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest levels, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. There is some outside knowledge you definitely have to connect some of these dots right here. Juror number 5, your input, please. Like, if you were paying attention to what she was doing, like, really paying attention to the telegraph, assuming you don't have any prior knowledge of Morse code and its usage, you might have been able to connect what she was doing to the sounds from the music box, and then to the commentary about transmissions. But boy. Stop. Oh, me, sir? What's the matter? You told the court that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. Like, if you didn't know, that would be a hard leap, but I really have to appreciate the number of little background signals, especially when it comes to her, that you needed to pay attention to her behavior to see that connection if you didn't know what was going on. Bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Thump. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, point. There could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yes, let's hear it again. Bring us the loudspeaker so that we can all hear it carefully. Everybody take notes. This could be important. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Please, everyone. But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is this capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Okay, so Graydon said there should be another disc. I wonder if he went to the pawnbrokery to get the disc out of the music box where it was. Because anybody that played the disc in the music box wouldn't necessarily recognize it. They'd think it was just a busted music box. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Thump. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Huh? The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Von Zieks really is our Edgeworth counterpart. He is the vicious, incapable prosecutor. So far, he doesn't have the early Edgeworth, I will go to any means. But he has the same pattern of, oh, I have more evidence kind of behavior. But it's that I'm vicious, but if I find out I'm being lied to, I'm going to wring it out of you kind of thing. Like, he legitimately thinks he's right. And if he starts to find out that he could be wrong, he wants to know more. Delighted, I'm sure. Gavel. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious? Oh, man. Internet? So many new words. It is flagitious. Weird. Criminal or villainous. Huh. For which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Oh, that's Gregson again. Oh, no. Skulkin. Gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. Oh. Okay, I don't know how this one works. The single item is rabbit. The full line is rabbit and pork. It means talk. I don't know what the connection is. I feel like talk isn't the thing that's actually rhyming here. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. I think professional. You think we might be the baddies? Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Poor Gregson. Look intensifies. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Ringo is adorable. He's the kind of character that you'd expect to have a plush. Like a little Ringo Skulkin plushie. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr.'ll do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, huh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. So, yeah, just like with any, when it comes down to it, IT operation, the people setting up the hardware are some of the ones that you need to watch when it comes down to information leaks. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idle. So you have access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, must say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in the important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. Oh, his fangirl is just wrecking him. It's no, you're so amazing. You are entirely capable of all of these crimes. Like, if you wanted to commit crimes, you'd totally be able to do it. Easy. Let me give examples of all of the things you could use to commit this crime right here. You are ever so skilled. I love you. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of Idle. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. One of the jurors actually being useful. Well, no, that's not fair. Mr. Definitely not the fleeing revolutionary with the stress ball mouse was also useful. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. They're not even Morse code. They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a second. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Okay, so the assertion is that because it's only a single series of single tones, that it can't be Morse code. But there might be a pattern to that that would change how that would function. I see. Dots and dashes combine to form letters. But when you listen to this sound, the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. But there'd still be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? Do, do, do. I mean, in theory, what you could do is you could have a second one playing with an offset. So you could have gaps. You could have paired notes offset a little bit, so it seemed like a longer chime, and you could have gaps paired with single notes to be the shorter one. I don't think we can with what we've got, though. Defense will concede that the music box is irrelevant, for the time being. Wiggle, wiggle. For the time being? Such optimism. Too debonair to admit defeat, are we? Those gesticulations are really starting to grate. It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones. Perhaps I should examine the music box in more detail. Oh, that's right, we haven't poked it. Should have just gone backwards. Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then, here goes. I think I might be right. If you have a second disc, it will work. That's why he wanted a second disc. He was hoping for a second disc because the combination of the two gives you the long and short tones. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. Looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you have two discs, they would play back at the same time. Let's see if we can. We need the second disc, because inevitably, if we show it, then they're going to be like, "Well, you can't prove it, though." So let's press everything else first.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, Gilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seemed he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. But members there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? Thump. There must be somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Point. In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Even the little cocked eyebrow, jeez. You almost expect him to sneer and get the little flash of light on his teeth, you know, ting. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. You have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, huh? Silly me, thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Running gag. Huh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Ooh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute. Translating? Whistle and flute is a suit. Adam and Eve. Yeah. And you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. You wouldn't believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains. He had the savvy. Always coming up with smarter ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Or blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Thump. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Point. And neither does your fruit. Boy, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Oh no, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? It is so rare that not adding it to the testimony is the right thing to do. I can't actually recall a case of that. Now, you might have to choose which line to add to the testimony, but you're going to add it to the testimony, like something. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk. You see, if you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again. Oh man, why was that hard? Right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Oh, boy. Okay, they don't have that. Less clear. Right. Nah, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime. It was just a harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is an evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was going to get himself an education and get out of that slum we lived in. Or we all ragged on him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago. And the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. Only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be by those two brothers. Yep. Okay, let's see if we can get...
Hold it!
So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door to the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of sign. begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibanks all along, weren't you? We were, Gov. We were. You're right there. That's what he told us to do. It was his plan. Why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibanks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, Oh, hey, Sherbet's come out. Here we go. Scanning. That one. Cable. Sherbet. Mason and Sherbet do look similar. I refer to them as brothers, but they are from separate litters. It really seems like there's some relation, but it is from separate litters. It's that they kind of came into the shelter together, so they sort of they went through their early period together. So adoptive brothers. But Sherbet is definitely different. He's got like softer fur and is a little. Is definitely not as big as Mason is. We're still speculating how large Mason might get. Though to me, he's still a small cat because I have I once owned a pair of Maine Coons, and as such, most household animals are scaled very differently for me. My perspective is different. He said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you. Oh. It's cobblers listed. Cobblers is cobbler's owls, like the woodworking tool, or I'm sorry, leatherworking tool, which rhymes with balls or bollocks. See, educational channel. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Milverton. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business. Okay, now we're going to get to where... Now we're going to ask him to tell us about the name. So the business was just a bit of fun, you say? Adjusting chair. And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That's his... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Thump. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well, you weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. That used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. Bunkum! It's been Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. Point. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Oh! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, or could turn out to be extremely important. Doop, 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 doop. Mason Milverton. Thrice forged fired Mason was Ashley's father. And that's why he was the intermediary. Which gives us the association with the Mason. Oh, no. Explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? Yeah. Only there was a link. Seems as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here. Okay, same thing. Munch. Yes, I'm completely off track.
Objection!
Yep, on track. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Thump. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive. Thump. Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Don't bother lying. The truth is that you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information, point, and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Thump, this is slander. I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me. And may I remind the court that the assertion that this disk contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven. by a professional and independent communications officer, no less. The relationship between the victim of the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel. No. Gavel. I believe the cross-examination should continue. So Morse code uses 2 tones. If I could demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate 2 distinct tones. Okay, so we might just have to show the music box's alternate slot. You could reiterate your testimony. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Fresh save. All of the saves. Should have gone backwards.
Objection.
Nope. Oh, nope. Did that wrong. I need to press him on this and then say, oh, but it could.
Hold it.
And we know what Morse code. We don't know what Morse code is. Laughing. She'll demonstrate. Shows us the 2 tones. Dot and dash. No discernible meaning. Morse code. Haha, really, you shouldn't be so surprised. I tell you, it's not only worthless scrap. Study your subject matter. Morse code joke or telegraph joke. Frustrating. I mean, if the government secrets were being leaked, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could it be that there's something I haven't considered? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Point. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Gavel. Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Okay, first we have to open it. This is the same thing that we tripped up on in the tutorial, is that you have, during this, you can't present the spot where it's supposed to be if you take an action. First you have to take the action, in this case with like left click, and then once you've opened the object up, you have to present the actual target. So even if you know that the actual target is there and would be revealed by the action, you need to take the action and then choose the actual target. Open it, it pops open. Does this mean... Okay, yeah, there's like a row of little hammers. Okay. Yeah, the row of switches or whatever are being hit by the spikes, and those are hitting the line of prongs. two movements are linked together, they're linked, so if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Man, knocked him for a loop. Haha. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. Oh, we've shifted to the dramatic reveal music. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And it requires a very particular design of music box, a very particular design, and the pair of discs. So there's a lot of security baffles in place in that method. A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared in Windibanks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? It would make sense if it was in the bottom of the music box. Nobody would have thought to look there. Eh? Never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Thump. Well, Mr. Graydon? Do you deny that all of this actually began with that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh dear. What? Ha! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbroker. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet. struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Oh. Me old China. It's China plate. Rhymes with mate, me old friend. Do we have one for croak? I don't see one for croak, but that doesn't mean it's not one. Might just be and give up, you know. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common black slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Thump. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? Wiggle, wiggle. As God is my witness, I shall recall nothing. I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if he has a freak. If he is the culprit, what his freak out is going to be. Giselle had the flying around, being towed by her hat swan, and then ascending into the light. I can show hard evidence, yep. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Because the Skulkins established that Windibank had a gun, had the gun out when they encountered him. That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr. Thump. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
Laughing? You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you can rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. I mean, no. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. So who shot you? That's... Seriously. He's gonna say, oh, she had a different gun. That's gotta be his assertion, then. It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here? If it is shown that your claim is false, thump. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Gavel. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. See, again, he has perjured himself multiple times up till now. Like, repeatedly. And now they're like, oh, but we trust you to make this accusation that lets you dodge this particular incrimination. Really? While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I think she had the coat at that time. No, wait, she did. She still did. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, that you have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Okay. Gavel, it wasn't my intention to testify in this way, but neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Wiggle, wiggle. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Or... Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Huh? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. Nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, I shall smash the 7th glass. We could scatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I don't get the oh, help. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Pop. I like how it makes a cork gun sound. Pop. I mean, one, it is unlikely that it's spattered because the blood was pooled in one location. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That is a stain from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. That doesn't sound good when you say that. Overruled? Lord von Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. If they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence, or a really compelling clue now. I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've been so scared in all me life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you weren't near the entrance to the shop? Or you were near? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella. And that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor, defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. Over the counter, felt sharp pain. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened. I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing that I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Yeah, he's going to be all messed up then. Given the splatter that they got on that calendar, like there is a decided splat of blood, then it must have bit some meat out of his arm, out of his upper arm. That's not going to heal well. Yeah, I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Yeah, you're gonna die of an infection. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. Then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom.
Hold it!
Mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Cov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Cov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? So he's asserting a third gun that he says he took. And then he's going to say, yeah, and then I threw it in the river.
Hold it!
This third gun that I have no proof of the existence of. When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket had when I saw her. The bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. He laughs. Calm yourself, counsel. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat hit him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. So, the blood splatter on her, if she shot him in the back, there's nothing about the scene in the back room that would say blood splatter would have hit the coat. Because if he was shot in the back, the way it was shown, it was a blast through the back, and then all of the blood came out the front. Like, no splatter anywhere, just the pool under him. So the blood splatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. Point. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. It's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? That's right, it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use that evidence to support our case. Bother. She tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Did I just hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. How is that credible? Here, random people on the other side of the door, which I heard fighting and firing weapons, have another gun. Not thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. The immediate request should be, now produce the gun. You claim there was a third gun. Show us the gun. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Much panting. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What's going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? Because we don't know nothing about it, or that flamin' peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gord blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. Camera 1's a little less reliable, but we should have Sherbet in contorted cat rest here. Look at that. All comfy. Let's actually see a moment. Adjust camera 1. One moment, please. Processing. Okay, this. Do. Making some quick adjustments here. There we go. There we are. There we are. Let's see. full sprawled kitty there. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. That so it doesn't eat up too much processing power. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Because you hold the power of life and death over his head. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the accused overcoat. Gavel. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. Goodness me. Which doesn't make any sense. Very much a knife wound like that, like a full stab in the gut, that was supposedly what got McGilded's coat all bloody, would not be the same as blood spatter from a gunshot. Like, the amount of blood on that coat for a gunshot, even at close range, for the entry wound, wouldn't have been that much. Let alone the height differential would have put it all over her face, too. What did I tell you? The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? I smashed the 8th glass at you, sir. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was called a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope wouldn't be able to help with that problem. Wouldn't help the answer of that problem pop out. Couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. Okay. It can't be done. But, we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Did you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Peroski to Starving Boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. Could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the victim's blood. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. I mean, or he's the one that shot him, and she got spattered with the blood that came out of the exit wound. A long battle in this one, but the old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Summation examination incoming again. Sometimes these Phoenix Wright style games rely on everybody involved being wildly obtuse at particular moments. The only possible explanation for this series of events is the one that we have described, and therefore you are guilty, as opposed to one possible interpretation of the events is this one that we want, but we can't actually prove it, so you're not guilty. Would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may have made at unpicking the juror's decision being equally unsuccessful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oh, here comes Sholmes. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Sholmes in disguise, huh? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? The way he's got one of his feet cocked up like that. Gavel! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. An errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Von Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well, then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Wow, he got changed fast. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? Cackle, cackle. All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Sholmes is a ton of fun. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. I still like this better than the Mia Fey appearances in Phoenix Wright. This is still a bit of Deus Ex Machina, but it's not an almost literal ghost in the ghost from the machine scenario, you know? Well, in the case of Mia's case, God from the machine isn't terribly off. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel. No, just give it to us up front, please. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato? Whatever could it be? The cat flap gun? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Cute little calico. My latest invention. I call it the cat flapomat. Make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Wagi in seconds. What is Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Was the peephole always there? Susato used this cat flapomat that night. But why? Checking. Okay, here's before. And here's after. That's awesome. That's awesome. The peephole wasn't there. I was actually thinking about that previously. It's like, why would you have the peephole in your security door? It's actually reasonable that somebody could reach down and like flip the latch or something like that. Oh dear. Cat Flapomat has been entered into the court record. That's amazing. Smash! Last 9. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leadings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination, but any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? Rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... Options... I don't think they'll be swayed by a summation examination. The blood splatter has them all super convinced. Further cross-examination. Thump. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? Flip. It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Yep, cross-examination was interrupted. So nobody can say anything, then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Oh, I think this is the second time this matter of protocol has come up. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. You must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord? Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. But still, Susato had a critical piece of evidence. Like, terribly important. Both in this scenario, but additionally in demonstrating that the scene of the crime had been altered. Because at any point somebody could say, I looked through the flap and saw something. The fact that she changed that about the scene is important, and she hid that. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. That's amazing. Mr. Sholmes. And now I bid you all adieu. Thump. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. So, he can't have seen her. She can't have passed the gun through. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Smack. I won't waste this final chance that Susato gave us. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Gavel. Very well, then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Like, I like the detail. I like that they set up this detail. It is consistently visible, and it has been. I don't like the way that it has been delivered at the very last moment here, as if it is like, oh, she had this final thing for you. It's... Well, why? Like, the trial could have been concluded well before Sholmes woke up and got here. It's possible that it never would have been delivered.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a little door in the middle of it. I still think that's such a terrifying device. Because you think, that means it's got to punch like an inch through wood. Widen the hole in all directions, because the flap has to be able to move, and then insert usable hinges into it. Like, can it detect how thick the wood is? How durable the wood is to apply the hinges to? Because if it doesn't do all of that perfectly, anybody on the other side of that door is at great risk to their lives. Like, seriously. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Point. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Oh, and the Skulkin brothers called out that they didn't know anything about a peephole. They were over by the desk the whole time rummaging around, but they never saw a peephole. It's not impossible that they didn't. It's weird that they didn't. Like, that they wouldn't peek into the back room, you know? That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole at the storeroom door. I can attest to that. because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked room. Thump. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. Thump. What I mean is, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Thump. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Like he is. Riddled with, explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. That filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, thump, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. I kind of expect, my guess, is that his freakout is going to be that he spins himself unconscious. Is there any credence in this revelation? Thump. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick, designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. Thing's frickin' terrifying. All she has to do is run up and tap you with it. It'll be worse than any gunshot you can imagine. Could scythe off limbs. It's like a short-range version of the Dead Space plasma cutter, but in square form. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. Huh? Waggy, time for dinner. She got a hole in the courtroom while nobody was watching. Well... Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. Oh, I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. Point. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat Flapomat makes are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at Windibanks are an exact match. Thinking? Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. And you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. Thump. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. Point. In that case, when was the peephole cut? Prosecution demands proof of your answer. The purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Von Zeeks? Very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the Peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ah. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the Peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. We just need to use the picture. That is so, Lord Von Zeeks. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Ha! References. Immediately relevant references. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Gavel. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event. Save it in case I hit the wrong button. We've got plenty of hearts, essentially, to weather the storm, but I don't wanna.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? Thump. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Thump. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony, dramatic point, is a catalog of lies. It's been upgraded from a pack to a whole catalog. Well, that was only a little spin. I was hoping for more spin. I mean, is there going to be, like, a further confrontation that will result in even more spin? I demand more spin. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Thump. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. Point. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Von Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. That's right. Huh? I was there at the scene, it's true. I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. Okay, yep, there's further. Further. He is now just at his shaken state. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon. Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Objection.
Huh? Thump. This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. This was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely, I think it's the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Ah. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we all get through it. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Thump. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection.
Thump. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. On earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, I really want to run out of here very quickly. It would be great if you ask no questions and just turn your back while I book it at full speed out of this courtroom. That would just be great. Subtle. Permission denied. Sit down. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone else.
Objection!
Thump. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Gavel. It seems like it was Gregson.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You'd better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? Because he was going to supply you with still more fish and chips? It seems like you're going to go through them really quickly. But he does have that infinite cone, so... I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means, the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Point. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. No, they were conversing quite visibly. I just remembered something, Runo. What is it? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been impossible for you to give Mr. Grayson the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection.
it's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal. He was very concerned about the music disc being submitted as evidence. I think we have to show the music disc. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. In this case, the other disc. And that's why he didn't want the first disc in evidence. That would mean they didn't have access to both of them. Do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Okay, they used that same phrase earlier talking about the if we could show that it could play Morse code. Must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal? The save game, Your Honor. Not again. That one.
Take that!
Thump. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of the trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded. Checking something. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. Thump. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, point, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little fish and chips everywhere. Gavel, gavel, gavel. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this: I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. Sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Point. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It is the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. I did not foresee this. Very nice.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, point, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. Huh? What's that supposed to mean, huh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. We've known about the importance. This is the part where we have revealed Gregson's involvement, having struck a deal with Graydon. And Von Zeeks is asserting that the second disc that would complete the Morse code signal from the music box must be present, since Gregson would have demanded that the deal be completed right then and there. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Thump. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Seize him! Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Oh dear. He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. Point. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, it's on Nash. That's why he grabbed Nash and, shook him down as he passed it to him. Something doesn't feel quite right here. That's why he's so confident that you can search him. They made a point. It's really out of character that Gregson would get so physical like that. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? No, search someone else. Thump. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well? Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal... Thump. Right there. It's just a light slap, and he's like, huh? The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. Huh? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, huh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Obey the little girl with an arsenal in her overly tiny backpack. Like, seriously, there's nowhere that gun came from. Same way with the bazooka and the cat flap gun. If she can make a device that can punch through a door of any thickness, then you don't want to be on the receiving end of anything that she made as a weapon. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I really do like, though, they're setting up a lot of visual cues. This was something that we saw in the first one that I saw that had this system of, like, talking to multiple witnesses at once and watching for reactions from the other, was the Professor Layton crossover. And if I recall, it has been way too long, the Apollo Justice games had something where you had to, like, essentially pass a scope over the witness and see, like, visual tics that said that they were lying or that they were withholding something. So this is, we saw something and the characters made a note of it, but it's not like it's a piece of evidence or something like that. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at this moment. There's only one person it can be. Whom do you request this search now? Nash Skulkin. Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Why, never. Eh? Me? Him? Oh, Ringo's adorable. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Oh. The use of the term restrain gives a really different tone to personal effects, don't it?
Hold it!
Sherbet is in full cozy mode. He needs the top of his head toasted, too. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to this search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Huh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Von Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. Point. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. It's nothing but mashed potatoes inside that cone. The only chips that are left at this point are the ones protruding from the top. Bailiff, carry out the search. No, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. And then the scream in the dark. Oh, man. They're definitely doing things to him. They're being very thorough. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. I reach deep and pull him inside out and shake all the bits out. It's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Swirly point. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Arg. Arg. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I don't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for the information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother. I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right down me ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him? It's like the reverse of a pickpocketing standard tactic, and that's to bump into somebody really hard, so that what they notice is that you collided with them, not that you've stuck your hand in their pocket. To slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly your Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. Huh? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. Point. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide and light when you're making your decisions. This kind of statement should be terrifying to people. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm doing this for the good of the country. We should sacrifice this young woman just like I would sacrifice any of you for the sake of our motivations. I hope that you will all accept this without compunction. Like you... Gavel. It's quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinarily tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, I am in the absence of further evidence to be presented. I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. As a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. He's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. As a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idol. Detective has very much trust in Eyes. More than this, I cannot say. Believe it, these 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. They declare their decisions now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Counsel. Well, here, let's... It's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. No choice, then. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Or Graydon? Hey, they never submitted the new blood report in as evidence, which I don't know that it would be useful, but... Really not sure. I feel like the jury's going to find her guilty. Don't think I have anything to prove that Gregson struck a deal. I mean, we've already made it very apparent that he struck a deal. I mean, seriously. Graydon magically has knowledge of a crime scene that he never could have been to. And the only person that he had contact with during it that could... and it was visible that he had an opportunity to talk, was Gregson. So unless they're saying that on the way here, one of the police officers shared all the information. Let's see. It's that they all respect Gregson. This was just used to show the idea of a stereoscope and how it actually functioned. Oh, we'll try him. Sir Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. Now, I'm going to try the music box on both of them. So I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he struck on the stand.
Take that!
That Mr. McKilda's peculiar music box? With a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Okay. I assumed that this would do it. It's... I kind of expected that I had to do it with... that I had to show it to Gregson. It's... The thought is that playing this will make one of them panic. Goodness, this disc, Council? No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. Huh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh. Point. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Von Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him. Boot. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Gavel. Very well. The defense's stance here is that the prosecution and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box, as this music box is set into operation once more. I thought so, how it opens up like that. That it would stand with the whole thing vertical. That's pretty cool. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Neat. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box. Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Thump. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. Thump. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. Point. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You... Oh, he broke his cane. Oh, dang. Violence! Bailiff, restrain that man. At once. That wasn't expected. It's all over. Second long pause. Third long... They need to stop doing this. If you're going to have a long pause, just have a long pause. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with acquired talent, you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. Screwed that up, didn't you? By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker. Though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years ago. 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay me 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not you? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealing with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't make your money anymore. I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Smash! Last 10. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. Oh, he had a spare cane. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Okay, so that was him posing as a police officer or a bailiff. I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again way earlier than he should. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Oh, he made sure. I mean, he also had the foreknowledge that given the way that they set off fire like crazy in the courtroom, that he didn't have to worry about the flames spreading. The courtroom is made top to bottom out of asbestos. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Dang. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken in exchange, to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. Then I realized it was missing. I remembered something. When I realized. Something of the first time. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Now look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery? That's see, this is accurate. Because this is why there's the myth that the Reaper of the Bailey either gets a conviction or the person dies shortly thereafter. It's either they die in prison from the asbestos exposure, or they die sometime after from the asbestos exposure. Because, I mean, if they're convicted, generally they'd be executed, and you wouldn't know why. You'd never encounter the side effects. But if they're set free, eventually they'll die. It's also why they keep bringing in the same jurors and the same kind of NPCs. These are the people that have built up some sort of resistance or tolerance to exposure. Is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. No, Tess, that isn't a beard. That's a big tumor. It's just a very scraggly beard. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibank's to redeem the article. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. but I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing. We picked up the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. He's got a really thick neck. It would have been hard to fully choke him out. My orders were to recover this stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pockets with a very deep sigh of relief. But then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. It mentions that it was from a diagonal angle. The fact that he was over on the side, he was over near the door, gives a better angle for a diagonal shot. They had already justified the rising angle as because Windibank was running, like leaning forward, sprinting. Or starting to sprint, you know. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for a crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. Von Zeke's leaping across for the knife twist. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Wow. That is actually a good, like, the cartoonish breaks of the really villain characters are really, really amusing. But that's a well-written character. Like, eccentric, like silly. His little dances were silly, but he has an arc. It has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. I don't think restraint would have been terribly necessary. His soul has left him. They are going to be assisting a husk back to prison. Can be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garridib Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Up and over, men. Charge the machine guns. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Consistency. The surgeon still slams his head down so he doesn't get his hands dirty. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Except for the whole perjury thing. You know, that'll bite you a bit after. Though maybe they'll be merciful because of the whole being coerced by a fabulously wealthy and darkly connected individual. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Hevel. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Eh? I mean, she had the ticket. She was given the ticket. And if she had the watchword and the ticket, she can claim it. That's how the system works. We just saw that as part of the guy's story. Here's the ticket, here's the watchword, you can claim it. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh. Very. Really putting his back into that back of the hand toast there. Was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it was just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. Meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Man and has admitted to his crimes. We have no need to pursue the matter further. Ah, but it's really going to bother me. I mean, there's some implication that that isn't the matching pair. That they got a second disc that doesn't match the first one. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Begone from my sight. Gavel. We're getting some really good character development, like really steadily. So far, of the actual kind of protagonist team, um, Sholmes is the only one that hasn't started to develop. All of the others have had some, like, movement. So we'll see how that goes, though. With regard to the murder of Pop Windibank's proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Now burn the courtroom down. Well, I mean, the manuscript that is actually a core part of the kickoff of this case implies that Sholmes is going to get some story. And we still haven't connected Wilson back into it, which is definitely going to contribute to Sholmes and Iris. So, I have hopes. As all court is adjourned. Gavel. Renosuke facing off with the Vampire Lord. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Ah, oh. Despite being a Nipponese... Okay, well, I was thinking he was being more respectful and then right back to it. You saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me. It really felt like he had a grudge at the beginning of the trial. Of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Ooh, backstory. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Whether you like it or not. Oh dear. Dark secrets. All right then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Oh, wrong button. My cursor drifts down on a regular basis, clicks the buttons. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Okay, that one was just excessive, you know? But that's the 11th one, and I'm still counting it as part of this trial. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. And that does make our count for this case 11 glasses needlessly smashed. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Yeah, over the course of this, he smashed 11 of his glasses. I think it was 10 glasses in one full bottle of wine that he winged into the gallery. That is true, Tess. It wasn't purposeless, without purpose. They added to the drama. It's the same reason he does extensive leg stretches every day, so he can do that axe kick onto the desk in those tights. Because that man is not wearing loose exercise pants. Hey there, Just Say. Joining us right at the end. Well, that was weird. I didn't think it was that many. Nightbot may be overly aggressive, so unless you spammed like a whole bunch of symbols, I may have to just adjust that further. Sorry. It's not supposed to be too aggressive. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I'll have to fix that after stream. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. This really seemed to be her story trajectory. is that she's never had a real strong reason to trust anyone. And because of that, whenever it looks like trust is going to happen, she actively tries to thrust it away so it can't be betrayed. That's awful. I figured something out today. All me life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one, to the point. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you that it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. Buttons. Plecton didn't read. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trust in someone else is, you know, all right. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed in? Believed I am? Pardon the interruption. Let me just slide into this monologue a moment. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. I wonder if I could have noticed him if I'd paid attention. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. It's like the Invader Zim scene. It was me. I was the turkey all along. It was me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. It was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. Ah, blackmail, I see. The tried and true method of interpersonal exchange. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Not to you, at you. Oh, thank you. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And so, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you, too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs making sure they get what they deserve. Him upstairs. It's him upstairs. Him upstairs. Yeah. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. I ain't like the McGildeds of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Like, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. Was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Iris is especially adorable, yes. Not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me like I'm going nowhere for a while. Like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You were the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. It's again Discworld. If you've got to have crime, at least it should be organized. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Maybe it's meant to be Otto? I don't know. Well, no, I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. Huh. What is it? Gina hiding her tears. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Hodo, yes? Rado? So very slow at loading that little grenade launcher. Ha! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Her love language is violence. And smoke grenades. At the same time. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Oh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Double long pause. Oh, cute. Thanks, Odo. Aww. Thank you for everything, everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. There she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. What do you say, Bruno? Early? I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention to listen to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel is particularly awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked Soleil? And I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. Ah, okay. More blackmail. That makes more sense. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just a little coercion. Does wonders. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria. We are running a little long, but we're going to go to completion of this. Hopefully there will be no YouTube shenanigans to worry about. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. Much larger book than normal.
Hold it!
She was about to wing into the ocean. What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Yeah, but based on what you did, you might want to be leaving the country a little faster than you are. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yeah, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yeah, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself at Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... bang. Scream! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, and then he goes running for the police. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. I would be terrified to have that thing up my sleeve. What if it were to accidentally fire? So I used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. Flip. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if? What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank, even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would have been the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. That's very noble and idealistic of you. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured, except that she was taken to jail for all the other stuff. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds in the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. Cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Long pause. A. So... G... What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you say? Oh, well, I said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi. That was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. She is one of those terrifying sort of minds, you know? I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? Yeah. And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Suzato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may. Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Tobias Gregson, okay. His name doing in a secret government communication. The last name... What's the matter, Miss Suzato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Is it a hit list? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Ah, poor Iris. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? Not anymore, at least. I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. Yeah! Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. That's a good saying. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk. Ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, you should flee the law. They are almost certainly coming for you. Run. It seems so. I'll sail on that steamship, first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. After the statute of limitations on the evidence tampering thing. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Susato knew about the hidden manuscript, like the title of it, when nobody was supposed to know about it. Which I suspect means that Susato spoke to her father and learned about the story. Definitely, Iris. Like, at least the case, you know? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt strange. I felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. I normally don't put the honorifics at the end. Miss Susato, and my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh, we get an animated scene.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Audio should be coming through. It was just really quiet in places there. It wasn't terribly loud. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Very much a Phoenix Wright ending here. It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
Ha ha! Nice. Very nice. So. I don't think it will be, but we are, for my safety's sake, I have turned off the desktop audio. Closing credits are not to be trusted, nor are opening credits. This is that is actually playing is a series of still frames that are the credits, people saying like, hey, this is something that was happening, this was my voice actor, kind of things. But in any event, thank you everybody for joining us tonight. We did run extra long tonight in order to wrap things up. And we will be continuing on into the next part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles tomorrow night. It'll be rolling for the whole weekend. We'll see where we end up accordingly. But again, I hope you had a good time. If you aren't already, I do have a Discord where some of the viewers can feel free to chat. We have a pet photo board where we keep pictures of everybody's various pets and such. And just general chatter, sharing things. If you'd like to be part of that, there is a LinkTree link in the video description, where my various accounts in the Discord are linked there. Once you get on the Discord server, you just have to tell me, who you are and where you're from. So, like, not really where I might know you from. So, like, your screen handle on YouTube, I'm this person. Saying that as confusingly as possible. And then I can get you permissions to the rest of the server. It's very, very high manual maintenance at the moment. If you'd like to catch up on any of the other videos in the Great Ace Attorney series or any of the other games that I've played, there are playlists for all of them that cover both the shorts that are clips from the videos as well as the VODs themselves. Numerous seamless plugs. But again, I hope you had a nice night, and I hope to see you again later. Good night, everyone.